Welcome to the cornerbread stream. I'm making a lot of progress with the headphones. Sorry, my headphones was acting up. But I'm making progress with the video edit, and I've already what's the thing called? I've already edited all the past streams that I've done. So if you're new to my channel, I usually do Nomad Sculpt, 3D sculpts on stream, and just doing any like work in progress that I'm working on. And this time around, I'm making a video on Spire. Sorry, I'm doing a video on Spire 2, and I've already finished defect macrobinder. Although, let me just quickly fix this up a bit. So I've already finished macrobinder defect ironclad, and I'm left with the silent and what's the last region sculpt. And let me looking. Just finding this a little bit too sharp, so let's just tone it down a bit. Not sure if maybe the keep getting distracted like this, but yeah, there's nothing much to it for this. I'm just doing more sculpts so that I can get more footage for my video edit. So yeah, this is just about what I'll be doing today. Let's see. So the only one left with the plan for this is for to sculpt. And I apologize for talking like this. I'm just really tired. I feel like all the video editing is like frying my brain. But let me see. So I've done the background for these 3 characters. I'm not really sure if I want to do this. So I'm not even prepared for, I'm always not prepared for the live streams. But yeah, I'm just trying to think about whether or not I want to do silent or region first, because I think they're both like quite intimidating to me. But I kind of have a plan. And of course, like, even if the ironclad sculpt, I didn't have a plan. And it was just like just getting things done organically. But let me see. So like the rough plan for silent is something like this, and for region is something like this too. That's the idea that I have for finishing up their sculpts. But I'm not really sure like how exactly I want them to look like. Even with the ironclad one, like I didn't have an idea of what I want it to look like exactly before it became the way that is. But I think that's part of the fun of making things, like being able to see things evolve. But before that, I think I will finish this one up. And let me show you how to do this. You see this pink color highlight thing going on? I think, interesting. I thought that it was showing through. Maybe I adjusted something without realizing. Just give me a sec. Let me just decimate this first. Because it was feeling a bit laggy. I guess something did change without me realizing. The first time I stumbled upon this material, I was like, I was quite not used to it. I didn't know what to do with it, but it feels like now I kind of know what direction I want to go with this. I think this is fine. So the plan would be to apply this same material to this thing. So I'm going to clone this up like this. Spartan up a bit so that matches the other characters. And then using this one, I'm going to change it to this metallic material. I think that's about it. So if you have a metallic material with additive, I think, yeah, with additive, let's call this pink. Then it'll create this kind of like glossy reflective effect. And I think it's pretty cool. So that's about it for this. The things I'm not sure if I want it to be on Aussie too. Like I wonder whether it'll be too much. Like maybe it might be too much. Like I feel like this is also like, is it too distracting, this thing? So I think that's better. At this point, I'm just like procrastinating doing this actual sculpting work. Oh, hello, Rob 3D Design. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I like the rim effects too. Man, do I need this on Austy? I think that's one of the cool things I learned from sculpting this series, like all these effect stuff. I think I wouldn't have thought about coming up with these if I wasn't sculpting like these what's that, like all these rim effects kind of thing. Yeah, but like thinking about how, like, oh, how do I make these things just led to these things from happening. Okay, I'm just gonna try. I'm not really sure whether it's gonna work out. Like, it might be a little bit too much, I think. Unless I make it a bit darker, maybe. You know what, it might work. Doing something like this. Probably want a little bit. Do I want a bit like that? A bit greener or a bit more purple? Let's try with this one too. I feel like every time when it comes to making my own decisions, it's like I only find it fun after I figure things out. It's like, well, trying to figure things out like is such a pain because it can go any direction. It's like, do I want this to be more purple or more pink or more blue? It's really hard to tell. Or maybe like just if I can't choose, then I should just paint it. Can I paint? Okay, I think that's enough for necrobinder. It's spending too long. Do I want to? The problem is like it's so difficult to tell like if something is too much or not. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal for the video edit. So I can trim away like all these thought processes, like the times when I'm just like staring at it for so long and not figuring out what I need to do. I guess it's not bad when it's doing a slow turntable. Okay, it's done. You stop thinking about it. I think I'll probably work on the silent now and I'll start recording this for the video edit. You can see that I'm doing the same metallic edited material here. It makes it look like there's poison on it. I probably want to maybe add physical drops later on. I'm just trying to figure out like what do I do with this one, because yeah, so like the past 2 days I was working on video editing. Like how long did I take to do the ironclad one? Like 2 hours plus. So I trim it down to maybe 5 minutes or less, or 2 minutes. I think I did a good job, but I will only know for sure like once the video is out, because right now everything's just like only I'm looking at it, so I'm not really sure. But I feel like it's a good edit. I feel it's cool and very cute. There's also something else that I want to try do, which is this one. I just want to maybe possibly add some hair strands. Something like this. Why is this thing not following? Is it the same? But it might take too long, so maybe I might have bought this. I should wait. Maybe I should do this. But I'm really excited to show the video edit. I really can't wait to release the video. It's just, oh, what is going on? It just like takes so long to do things. Let me see. Can I just pull you out like this? I don't really understand why it's doing that. Why is it doing that? What's it doing? I don't know anymore. But the idea is to make hair strands just a little bit, and then something like this. But I'm not really sure whether or not I want to do this. the idea is to create as many modular things as possible, just so that everything can be instances of each other. So let's finish this up. Honestly, I thought I was going to fail, but it seems like it's working out, so that's great. So as long as all these, I'm looking at the strands at different angles. So looking at this one, looking at this strand, looking at this strand, and that's how I decide the shape of the head strand. So I think that looks pretty good, I think, from far, like this. Like, it just gives a little bit more variations like this, just to break up, like, show you the before. This is the before, and this is the after. So it's just to break up that little bit of, I think I can probably just do it for this too. Maybe just one. Or maybe I just make this a little bit more varied like this. Just so that it doesn't really look too much like a tube. I think that looks a lot better really. The thing I like about the mirrored things, the objects that are mirrored, is that sometimes when it comes to very thin objects, like a very thin hair strand, it's very difficult to see what it looks like this. Like the white color overlay is just blocking everything. So I'm looking at the hair strand on the other side because this is a mirrored object, and using this to guide the shape of this spline. So that's like one of the hacks that I like to do. Something like this. I think, see, like just adding one little hair strand like that, it makes everything look so much better. So I probably just want to add one more because like I can spend forever to do this. Wait. But I'm just one person, so I just do as much as I can. It's like pick and choose what I think is important to do in the limited time and energy that I have. So I think I don't want it to be too detached from the whole mass, because then it will stick out too much. But I do want to use it to break up this like edge a little bit. So this is what this hair strand is for. So as long as the edges are not too weird, you see how it breaks up that big geometry. So that's the hair procrastination then. Need to, let's work on the main thing. Although I do want to push this in a bit. I guess I probably want it to look a little bit like this, like these things. Man, this is so difficult. Oh, I need to press on for the video edit. I was telling myself that I should just make a very simple sculpt so that I can finish my edit fast. But then it's turning out to be like a 30-minute video edit. 30 plus. Like right now it's at 25-minute mark with like up to the point where I sculpted Ironclad's background. So things are not going as planned. But I'm just like, oh man, like it looks so good with the backgrounds. Like I feel like I need to do them justice and stuff. But then it just means like I need to spend more time on these things. Like probably if I'm going to edit this poison sculpt, it's probably just going to be 30 seconds. I'm not sure. Probably the stylistic direction you need to go would be to create these blobs like this instead of it being a sharp thing like that. So like blob this up, then narrow it down, something like this. I think that's the direction to go. Something like this. It's so difficult. Now I understand why I'm procrastinating so much. Surprisingly, the ironclad one was like just a lot more straightforward. Although I guess it's because the ironclad sculpt is quite similar to things that I was sculpt. So maybe it's just about like being more used to it. Yeah, I think this is looking more like poison strands, like some liquid thing. And I think it's looking cool, like just looking at this. I think it's the right direction to go. I'm not really sure about this part here. But maybe this direction's maybe this direction? I'm just going to put a shape. Hello, hi stranger. Thanks for tuning in. Maybe the thing so what I'm trying to do here is to plan out the bigger shapes so that it doesn't, I guess the main thing is I don't want it to conflict with the hit sculpt, and I'm not really sure how to explain, but I guess this is more like intuition, but maybe I can like there's some lines that is flowing out like this. So just now when I was going this way for this poison, I felt like it was kind of like conflicting with the overall feeling of the hit sculpt. So I tried the other direction like this. But it's not just about going the opposite direction. It's also like how much of this space am I rotating around? Because you can see like when I start rotating this, that the shadows come into play like that. So if I only have a little bit, let me just move them like that, then there's less of that shadow shape going on. So it's about thinking about like the negative shape, the like, I think this is also what you have to do with drawing, where you're like, oh, what do I want the shadows to look like? What do I want the shape to look like this? So I probably would do something like this. And sometimes it feels a lot easier to draw out, sometimes it feels easier to sculpt out. but this is, I think it's going into the right direction. So just keep going. Yeah, sheesh. Yep. So much to think about. So do I prefer this or do I prefer this? I think I prefer this one. So like even something like this where the strand was going too far out and that made the overall, at least this all personal opinion, it made the whole thing more imbalanced because now this area is getting bigger than this section which is empty. So I shortened this section here and then I'm adding this shape here. But I also don't want the shape to conflict with the overall theme of the overall direction. So most likely this thing is just going to be like a stray thing just to fill out the shape. Of course it might not work out. Like all these things are just like what I feel might work and whatnot. What resources did you use to learn this software? I'm trying to think like how much of it was from videos and how much of it was just like from spending a lot of time sculpting. But in terms of the resources, if you want to get like a good grasp of like the beginner, like how to get around the app, then small robot playground, playground, their tutorials are pretty good for like getting around the UI, just showing you like the different tools that you can use, how to sculpt very basic shapes. I mean, and a little bit more complex, which I feel like is a good beginner level. I'm not sure whether they have more advanced stuff because I haven't really been following tutorials or following, yeah, like I was following tutorials for a while when I was making when I was starting out in Nomad Sculpt, and then after that, when I was making my tutorials, I kind of wanted to get a gauge of like how did other people do it. But like around the time when I started making my own tutorials, like I kind of almost stopped watching other tutorials. So I'm not really sure like what the state of tutorials are now for even like for Blender and Nomad Sculpt. But Small Robot Playground, I would say that they're... What's this thing? And a lot of the things that I've known for, like, let's say for something like this, would be like, if you look at my past sculpting streams where I was building out the other characters, like this one, it's like I would very organically like stumble upon something that I'll need to do. Like even for this thing where I was sculpting with additive materials, like I think somewhere through the stream I was talking about like how it was not possible for me to sculpt with this look. Like I need to do some hack to get this look. And then after talking through it, I was like, wait a minute, like the things that I was talking about was essentially double facing. And then I was like, wait a minute, like I can just switch off the two-sided face to get this look. So like a lot of the things that I know now in terms of like how to sculpt and how to do software is, I would say that it's a lot of trial and error. And for like this Slate Spire 2 sculpt, like I learned a lot about like getting these reflective things, like glowing stuff, making things keeping things simple, just quite a lot of things. Like even for hair braids like this, which I'll show how I made this in my video edit, which I hope that I can finish everything before this month ends. I really want to get it out. I feel like it's so cute. I really want to get it out. But this like a lot of trial and error, and like, oh, I want to sculpt this thing, and then like, how do I sculpt it? And then it's just like a back and forth. But like personally, like I have this characteristics of like I like to problem solve things. So I feel like that's kind of one of the traits that, oh, this is looking nice, that really helped me get better at sculpting, because a lot of these things are just like problem solving. Like, how do you sculpt on the iPad only? Like, how do you sculpt things without some other tools that you get in, let's say, ZBrush or Blender and Maya. And then how would the poison look if you give oh wait, let me just show you. In terms of the poison, right now it looks like this. So I think it's not really the look that I'm going for. There's also different colors that I can try. Something like this. But I'm gonna figure out later after the sculpt is done. And then hello Moku, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I know, it looking really good. I was kind of worried about this sculpt because I'm like, oh man, I don't want this to look, especially after coming off the ironclad one. I'm like, I don't want that to look shabby. I don't know what other word to say. But I think it's looking pretty good. Like initially I was putting the daggers going around the poison, around the poison, and like I was thinking, it's not really that nice because one of the daggers be down here and then the other one's up here, and it feels like a disconnect. So right now this dagger is doing like a loop like this, and I think it looks pretty cool this way. I think it ties with, like, let me just, so like there's this shape going on like this for the daggers. I'm just like procrastinating right now. And then there's this thing that cuts through the shape like that. So I think it's a nice balance, like something chaotic and something that is a little bit more organized. So I think that's like where playing the game comes into play too. Where when I was playing Silent, I was feeling like there's quite this feeling of organized mess, which I feel like this reflects like how I feel about her gameplay. I think that's really important. But yeah, I do want to keep this simple though, because I don't want to spend too long on this. In terms of like not being able to wrap your head around this, I do feel like what I'm doing is a little bit more like, I don't know whether this is considered advanced. I probably don't think so. I'm not sure. But yeah, like having a background in drawing, I feel helps me a lot. Like you can see, like whenever I do a screenshot and then, oh, and no problem. Like I hope it helps. And it's like, I wish that if I was very fast with my work, and I have a lot of, well, I guess if I was fast and more skilled, then I would be making lots of tutorials that's more advanced and stuff. But then I realized that like I just can't. But hopefully the video that I'm gonna put out would be like a kind of like a good in between of like not tutorial but also tutorial or something. I don't really know. But I would say like beginner tutorials are abundant. Even if you look at the ZBrush tutorials, like I think that's the other thing that would help in terms of learning. This one's, oh man, these two are like conflicting with each other. But something that helps when it comes to learning things is like don't mind the software used for the tutorial, because if the tutorial is good, the general lessons and the takeaways that you'll get from the tutorials, like it can be applied to any software. So you can see I'm intentionally putting this strand over this one just to, although I'm not really sure whether this is it nicer this way or nicer this way. I'm just thinking at least it gives the illusion that it's kind of like interweaving but I'm not really sure whether or not that's the look that I want to go for. Oh yeah, day free. The see, this is like how long I've looked away from the like what's out there. Day free. Although actually I haven't really follow his tutorials. So I've seen some of his tutorials before. They're good. I think their tutorials are good. So looking at the side view now, I need to fix this part. The side view is not really that important because the final look of this would just be like a turntable, and just like from here to like maybe here. That's the idea of the turntable, I think. So I haven't really been caring about like this back thing. Although maybe I should just like clean up a little bit more. Oh, thanks for mentioning my video. But yeah, I did a live stream where I was making Usagi, the Chikawa Usagi from scratch. I think the nice thing about sculpting those simple characters is that it taught me how to use symmetry planes. Like you can see this object here. It's using all the symmetry planes like that. And you can make use of symmetry planes to create a very round object. So when you make just making sure I didn't mess anything up. Every time I do a quick demo, I'm like, oh, I can just undo it. And then after that, I'm like, I spend the next 1 minute trying to figure out if I didn't mess anything up. I'm not really sure what to think about this bit here. But I think like when it comes to doing sculpt like this, I think probably there wouldn't be tutorials out there for these kind of things. So if you're still on the stream, like what I would recommend as like a very general tip is when I'm sculpting these kind of things, I'm like I may seem to be working on random angles, but something that really helps me to find my bearings, like how to be systematic about sculpting something like this that looks messy, is that like let's say when I was working on this little bit here, I was looking at it as, let's say if I want to work on a portion of the sculpt, I will kind of like localize how I see this object, in the sense of does this like front, side, and top, all these different angles, like 6 different angles. So it's very difficult to like how to say, it's kind of like difficult to try and force myself to look at this whole thing as like, oh, front, side, and sculpt only from here. So like let's say for an object like this, I will kind of transition into, if I'm like, okay, I'm going to focus on this object, then I'll convert this into like, this is the front view, this is side view, this is top view. So I'm just looking at the different camera angles. What's the thing called? Localize? Is it localized? What's that word? But yeah, so now I'm looking at the side view of this thing, like this, and then the front view, and the list goes on. Although I'm not really sure if if the position is wrong. Maybe it should be more like here. Yeah, I think that's better. I'm really like procrastinating so hard right now. And it's really about tackling like different sections at a time. Because like looking at this as a whole like that, it's honestly like really scary for me. Like, oh my god, like I'm not going to do this well. That is the like my instinctual feeling. I think it's just like the way that I have too much of a negative viewpoint. But like once I start to like, okay, you know what, I'm just going to like leave this alone for a bit, and I just focus on this, then it feels a little bit more manageable this way. The things that I'm not really sure if I want to. It's a really difficult one. Maybe I should use the brush. Like even something like this, where I'm looking at this angle here. If I just sculpt like this, it's quite difficult to control. So I just convert this to like, this is the front view, and I'm just going to work on the front view. Something like this. And then look at the side view, look at the back. It's pretty important to just rotate around. Yeah, I'm probably done with the base shape. The only one I'm not sure about is this section here, because it looks a little bit messy. Like the flow of here and here looks pretty good. This section too, this one, I really like the way that this intersects like this. I probably should just split this up too. But I think this is the correct direction to go for. For me, the hard part is the time. I mean, in my kind of like in my own standing, like I find that that's also the most difficult part for me. Yeah, I think no matter what level like anyone's at, I think time is time is so difficult. Yeah, I feel you. Let us work hard together. I think that's so that's my main focus for 2026, like trying to do things faster, because I am like super confident, like if I have like 2 years, I can afford to spend like 2 years to make a sculpt. I'm confident that I can make it like really amazing, because I can just spend like all my time on it. But then it just like doesn't work out that way. So I've been trying to speed things up. That's all. And it's very difficult. Like speeding things up is like a skill on its own, which I feel like I've rarely practiced. Well, I'm getting all the practice now, which is good. And it's like I wish that I started earlier, but then like in some way there's always this like paradox, this like balancing act of like oh, if I was spending my time like trying to speed up, then all the hours that I spent in trying to learn how to draw like really precise and stuff wouldn't have happened, things like that. But I'm not sure. Like maybe I'm just coping. But yeah, like I would say, like for me, a good sculpt takes months, like not even days or weeks, which I feel like oh man, it really sucks, because I do want to do this forever, but then if I can't do things fast, then it means that I wouldn't have the bandwidth to do the things that I love. But I am trying to focus on like not thinking too much about that and feeling crippled about it. Like this year I'm just going to learn how to focus on just moving forward with all these things, which I think is working out, because like my latest Spire sculpts are progressing at a good pace. I think if like this was me in 2022, like I would still be on the necrobinder sculpt at this point. Like super slow. So I can't fix up this one. So instead of it being like like that, it's now more controlled, which I think looks nicer. So it just goes like whoop whoop like that. I think it looks better that way. Wait, I hope that I hope that I don't sound like condescending or whatnot. Like well, everyone has their own sets of problems. I feel like what's this thing doing? Yeah, I'm just gonna split this off. So like around this time, like when a sculpt is starting to take form, then I start splitting things off. Well, I think that's like one of the reasons why I like to stream too, because it's like I get to meet people like you guys on the chat, and feel like we can talk about things that we can all relate to. I feel like it does motivate, like just knowing that you guys exist, like motivates me to keep going. Like I really want to show you guys the video edit that I make for Say This Fire 2. So I'm working really hard on it. Why is this thing looking so weird? Wait, like splitting objects like this kind of reminds me when I first started out doing sculpting on Nomad Sculpt. Like doing object splitting, like it completely out of the question. Like something like this. Like this was something that took me quite a while to get accustomed to, because I think like in the past when I first started out, like handling multiple objects was so difficult for me. Although I would say like my macro pad setup and all that makes it a lot nicer to handle like multiple objects for me. Maybe this one needs to rotate like that. Where I would say like the second general tip would just be to take things step by step. Although one of the things that I was depressed about is that kind of cripples me is like oh man, I feel like I need to like slow down so much just to process things. Actually wait, this should be like this. I can even split this up actually. But in the way that, and also like now with how the state of the world is, it's like people kind of expect you to do things faster and faster, which I feel like is stupid. But then it's just how it is. But the way that I rationalize it is like if I just be anxious all the time and be crippled, then I just end up not doing any work. So it's like even if I'm doing work like slower than other artists, it's like at least I'm doing work. At least that's how I make myself sit on the desk and like do my work, I guess. Oh my god, I don't know whether this looks nice. Okay, I think that's fine. It's actually a lot easier to work in the madcap mode for these sets of colors, I think. Was it that the light, did I position her at the wrong place? Was it that like where's the light source? I guess it's not that much. Oh wait, maybe I can, where's it? I'm just wondering what's better for the video edit. Why is this shadow so intense? Where are you coming from? This one, is it? Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. Should I use this? Or should I use this? I guess both of them is fine. So is there anything else I need to think about before I go to the second stage? So I like this. I like this. I like this part here. And initially I was wondering like, is this too wide for me? But then after doing this task over here, I think I'll keep that whiteness. This one I'm not really sure though. I think this one I have to fix. So this one is fine because it's behind her. But sometimes even if the object is hidden, like it's worth like doing it up nicely, because then it helps to what's this thing called? To plan out what this connecting shape would be. So I'm not really sure whether or not I want this, because right now it's like going like this and like this. So it might be a little bit too, like too straight this way. Because it might risk. Do I want it like that? I guess I do. Let me just try the other way or something. Or do I want it like this? But maybe this is good. Like the shape that I'm going for, now that I'm looking at this, is probably, like, let's say if I'm gonna draw this out as a 2D thing, would be something like this. And then I think, so like right now the knives end here, and this is the midpoint. So if I look at this part here, this part is filled out, and this part is not. So probably if I go this way, then I can go up this way. And I'm trying to avoid anything going downwards, because, like, let's say, I see a chat comment, give me a sec. Like with this one, you see like how everything is going upwards, including this little bit here, this little bit. So I'm going to do the same with this. And it's like the reason why I say that is because it's super tempting to like bring an object, like make it go downwards. Which actually, you know what, maybe it might look nice. This is so difficult, man. Like, do I want it this way? Oh my god, it's so hot. And don't worry, in the video edit, like all this part, like completely gone. It's not going to be inside that video edit. I'm gonna look like a pro who will like finish this in 2 minutes. Expectations of, yeah, I know, right? I think people don't understand too, like how much thought goes into something. And you know what, like one of the worst parts is like people who like this, there are too many people out there who think, too many people thinking that their ideas are good, but they can't execute the idea, and too few people who can execute the idea and just don't have the ability to do it, as in the means to do it. I feel like it's such a shame. Yeah, you know what? After drawing that out, I'm thinking like actually going down this way, it's not too bad. Like look at this direction to this one. Like it's a nice parallel without it being too what's that thing called? Too similar. But yeah, like personally to me, the part of why I really enjoy making art is figuring things out and going through that journey to find the result that I want, to get to the end point that I want. And it's like I just can't do that if the expectations of making art is like just like churning things out without caring or without thought. So this part is looking a little bit too yeah, not sure. I'm not really sure what direction I want to go, but I do know that I want to start splitting these two objects apart because they're starting to get quite close to each other and they're influencing each other. So I'm going to make the cut at the back because that's where it's hidden, and I can split it like this. So now this is its own object. So this way I can adjust this without affecting this part. You can see like even something like this, the And this is not really final yet, because I'm not really sure how I'm going to place all these characters in the scene. But even something like this, you can see that the light, the what is visible, like the light sections here creates this split of shapes to these darker areas here in the shadows. So I'm kind of like looking at these. Can I just clear all of them? I'm looking at like, does this shape look nice? Does this shape look nice? And does this whole thing look good together with this one? So those are things that I think about. But that's why this poison silent sculpt is taking a really long time, because like, at least if the ironclad one like is very flat, like it's just like on one plane, essentially just like this axis, like it's not going around something. And I don't really have that much practice of things going around, like sculpting things going around. So yeah, like with this one, it's just like, oh, I just go this way, go that way, and I don't really have to care about this angle that much. I see, like even from the top view, like this one is not looking that great. So I need to fix this up a bit. This one also. And then do I want this? Things that can make it, I'm just like seeing how it looks like. I can make it go up. But I think going down is the way to go. I think. So every time I adjust it and I undo it, it's because I don't really like the shapes of the light and the shadows. So I'm just adjusting it. And I think this looks pretty nice. But I'm spending quite a lot of time in this front view because this is like the most important angle for this sculpt. And once I figure out what I want to do with this one, I think everything else will, like, it will follow up. So you can see like the way that I'm adjusting the shape. It's just dependent on like what light and shadows I can shape here. So I intentionally bring out this highlight over here to kind of like edge this part up and then keep this shadowed part quite big and prominent over there. So I think these shapes are looking really good from here. I just don't want to risk like making things too parallel with each other. Or make it too complicated, like try not to do that. So I'm trying to keep the negative shapes over here like as big as I can. So maybe I might want to move this one more like this, just to balance out the negative shapes over here and here. Right, it can go a lot of directions. Which is fun, but also at the same time it's really stressful because it's like, oh my god, like it can go anyway. So I'm just left with this section here, which I don't really like. But then I'm not really sure what I want to do with it. I feel like this shape is really strange here. But at the same time, it's kind of what I want. Oh, I think that looks better. Yep. They want it like that. Yeah, I think that's fine. Then now I go to the different camera angles and fix this up. So now that everything is set, this angle is still a bit. Now that everything is set, I can start the fun part. I mean, not that this base sculpting process is not fun. It's just like, it's fun, but then it's also really tiring because I have to think so much. But now I can just like turn off my brain a bit to sculpt these things. Probably because I already have experience doing sculpts like this, like doing the detailing like this. And things are not going that well. Okay, it's finally looking up. I think I probably want to inflate them a little bit. So let's grab these things and inflate them a bit. Just so that's easier to work on them. I think. Seriously, my pen's really dying. Maybe I need to get another pen. think since I'm making, I like the how it's coming out. I'll take like a very short break, like 5 minutes break, to charge up my stupid small battery pencil, and then oh yeah, it reminds me. Where do I write this? Maybe here? No. Where can I write this? Isn't this just the cutest? Okay, let me just leave it here and charge up my pencil. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, hello, Sculptura. Welcome back. How have you been? It's nice to see old faces again. Chikawa with the spring. Yeah, that's true. This is a spring onion. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. This is Usagi's spring onion. I was thinking about like, I want some poison looking thing to match with this one. And I was like, wait a minute, I have this one. Well, I guess this feels like this vibe to me. I just watched today's episode, the Chikawa, the new episode today, so cute. But I'm also like, wow, Chikawa really does have a break, man. If you haven't watched today's Chikawa episode, like, please watch it. Let me see. I'm trying to make, like, you see these, ice cream cone looking things. That's the kind of look that I'm going for. I feel a lot more relief now. Like I was feeling a bit stressed out that like I didn't know what to do with the look of this one. So yeah, feeling a lot more chill now that the hardest part is over, I think. Oh, and yeah, of course I remember. Yes. Well, I try to remember everyone. Just I don't know like what I choose to remember. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Cause I've been doing, yeah, something like I told. I've been doing Anki flashcards for geography and Japanese because I suck at both of them. So I was like, I figured I should just like slowly get less sucky with them in the next 10 years or something. So I've been just slowly like doing a few flashcards every day. And it's like it's quite weird like how certain cards like, I can remember instantly, and then some cards like it just takes me forever to remember. But I guess like I get that similar experience with usernames and profile pictures. Like, the main thing with how I'm choosing what to create here is that I don't want it to look heavy. I think that's about it. Because there's certain patterns where like it weighs down the whole scalp. I'm not really sure how to explain this. But I think going a bit too thick does weigh it down quite a bit. Something like that. That's the most straightforward one. Like these rounded edges also feel a bit heavy. So I'm trying to find a way to like make them look better. But I'm not really sure. I can also split this one like this. Then this way I can make a hole here. Thanks, Rob 3D Design, for coming. Yeah, hope that you have a good lunch. I probably have to go off for dinner, so yeah. Like, I'm not like fully happy with the speed of this, but at the same time it's like it's going pretty well, so I'll take any win that I have. But yeah, I hope that you have fun with Nomad Sculpt. So at this point I'm just trying to match everything up, like taking turns to bring up the details on different sections. So this part's a lot nice. Feel like this part still looks weird, but this part looks a lot nicer. I haven't retouched this one and this one, so I'm just going to work on them first. I don't really like how this part is going like this. Like that. I'm not really sure which direction to go. I try to look at this one and see how I can turn this into this, but maybe like this. pencil died. So that's it for today, or at least for this stream. Everything looks very good. Like if I do this, yeah, looks pretty good. Probably the only part that's a bit lacking is this section here, but it's not too bad. Like maybe I can even just like pull out a little bit this way, or I can put another of this somewhere down there. I think this was a bit flat. Yeah, the 3/4 view doesn't look too bad. Although I'm not sure whether maybe I might shrink it down a bit, because now her head is looking a little bit small compared to everything. But so this is like the first pass. Then second pass I'll try and put in the different colors, like a bit more blues and a bit more dark. Is it dark green? Or maybe like these very bright greens here. But yeah, I'm not sure. Because right now it's lacking this fluorescent color, which we can see in these things. I guess the main thing too is that the other characters have some sort of like bright-ish light or itch colors, so I need to match it up to them too. But that's about it for this stream. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Let's bring this up.